This is probably the first and only time I've ever been on time. Amazing. I can't believe it. Welcome. It's time to do the D-0 round 2. We didn't finish it last time, so we gotta finish it this time. We spent all our time hacking this D-0's nose cone head. What a pain. It took forever to do this, split it apart because of all the glue and stuff that was on these pegs. What a crazy scenario. But today, what we're going to do is we're going to clean these up a little bit. We're going to put some of this, like one small piece of this 6-foot tinting film in there to cover those channels. And then we'll put some RGB LEDs behind them. And we'll work on the electronics of this thing. We're going to make it all happen today. Tonight, on a Monday night. I never hack on a Monday night. This is going to be unusual. We'll see how much strength and energy I have after the weekend to be able to do this kind of thing. Only a few days ago did I stream before, so we'll see how it goes. Alright, so I'll switch it over to our other cameras here so you can see what's going on. The workbench. Well, I guess this is the electronics bench, and this is the workbench over here. Yeah. We'll start getting some of our stuff ready. This is our 2 motors with servo electronics, modified servo electronics added on. These are our wheel pieces. That's where the gear motor interfaces with and spins this one wheel, this little skinny wheel. We have one on the other side too. It also has this portion as well. Like so. Okay. These are the RGB LEDs I was talking about. Here they are. I'll probably switch to the electronics cam soon so you guys get a better idea of what's going on here. So those RGB LEDs are going to interface to this NeoPixel blaster. Yeah, let's switch it over here. You guys get a better look. There we go. And we have the IoTiny. That's going to be our controller for all this. We're going to need one of these cables. Interface from the NeoPixel blaster to, let's just go with D-0 on there. And the IoTiny. Now we have our little tiny battery that should fit in this guy. Open, so I may have to split it up to get it to be skinny enough to fit into this thing. Let me open this up. This is our battery compartment. It used to be for AA's, and now it's going to be repurposed for our LiPo battery. I tore out all the connections and stuff for the AA batteries last episode. We have the back of D-0's head here. This one was a pain to get out, but we made it happen. We have a cell phone here to... It's been a long time since I loaded up this phone. Luckily I charged it last week, and we have ARC's mobile app on here, and so we should be able to load up our D-0 project on here once it's completed. Oops. And then we can remote control this robot and activate all kinds of cool things. So yeah, that's where we're at. Is there anything else? Oh yes, we have the speaker as well. It's a 16 ohm speaker. I'm gonna probably test it with the IoTiny before we go all the way. all the way, what am I saying? Before we get to putting everything together, I'm just going to do some testing and that kind of thing, make sure if it's loud enough. Otherwise, we'll just go with the classic 8-ohm speaker, which can fit in this area too. And this is at the front of D-0, so it'll be able to produce the most noise and music and stuff, so that's great. And if you're just joining, definitely jump in the chat, say hi. Always love to have your guys' company while I'm doing this. Okay, so those are the caster wheels. This guy doesn't balance by himself, so that's what those are for. This is kind of a cheater's robot. We have this piece. I don't think we're going to be using it because this kind of simulates a wiring going from the body to the head, and we don't really need to simulate that because we're going to actually do that. We're going to put wiring. See, I have this multi-conductor wire that I'm going to be using to go from the body to the head. And then, in addition, you probably didn't see this if you were here last week. I'm going to add a couple of servos. Ugh. I threaded in a little piece onto here now. It'll come out. Oh, there we go. Tough stuff. Okay, we're going to do a pan tilt for D-0's head. So we're going to use 2 servos, one for pan, which is this way, and tilt, which is like that. And we will get some assistance from this little bracket, which is handy to have. It's for EZ-Robot's JD. And lastly, I guess we do have this guy here. So this guy goes from, kind of connects the body portion to the head. So actually, I think we will need this. I forgot. We will need this guy. I'm a liar. That's okay. Because this fits onto here like so. So, yeah, we will need this. We won't need this. This kind of simulates wiring, so we can probably take that off somehow. And we probably will just do away with this whole section up here. I'll probably chop it off. We don't need that. And we will cover our servos with wire loom. So I got some really old, gross looking wire loom, but I'll try to clean it up to simulate this section here. So yeah, I'm going to cut a piece off and make that happen. Well, that'll be like the final touches. Okay. So we have all the pieces. Last week was basically like making sure all the pieces were there. Oh wait, I guess there's the tint too. Can't forget about the 6 feet of tint. And I only need like 3 or 4 inches of it. $15, so it's not a big deal, not too expensive, but that is a crazy amount of tint that I don't think I'll need unless I do some other project that requires it. I don't have anything on the go that I can think of that would need tint, but hey, if you guys have a project that needs tint, I could probably send it your way. Well, the shipping probably wouldn't be worth it. If you're local, let's say, if you need some tint, I can send some your way. Here, let's actually take the tint out of here. Cut a piece off right away. Gotta find some scissors. tint. Here's our tint. I'll show you how dark it is. I'll peel back. So our LEDs are going to hide behind here, and we don't want to see them. So we'll probably do a couple layers of tint on top of itself, and then the tint is going behind here. So we're going to have to find a good way to stick this stuff on. Probably going to need some hot glue. That should work out just fine. Sorry if you can't see that. I'll increase the viewing range for you guys. There we go. So that's how we're going to do it. Ah, that looks terrible. So I'm going to have to stretch it out. That looks better. Except I want to clean up these edges. I'll probably use a file, straighten them out a little bit. But you guys get the idea. There we go. Nice. Good to see you, Roborad. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I guess this tint is more so for Windows, I guess. It's not our, I mean, like, yes, all tint is for Windows, but you know what I mean. If it's for, like, these kind of windows, house windows, so I'm not too sure how well it would do for a vehicle. Maybe tint is tint, I don't know. But it seems like there's, like, auto tint versus, you know, outdoor window tint. Okay, so let's get a few things warmed up here. Soldering iron. We should warm up the heat gun as well. Or a few jumper cables. Things right now. I'll just put them to the side. I will have to do some plastic cutting. Alright. Let's do this. I'm going to tin these wires and then solder on this little 2-pin header. Test out the speaker. So what I like to do when we have tinned wires like this and you're just soldering a couple wires together is just like make a couple hooks with my needle nose pliers on each side. And then just hook them together. And squeeze the hooks together. Usually they stay together pretty good while you're soldering, but sometimes they come apart if you don't squeeze them hard enough. Alright. I'm not even going to add some heat shrink on this because this is just a temporary test here. Okay, so don't do this at home. This is me bypassing the polarity protection diode on the IoTiny and applying full voltage to the voltage rails. Oh wait, let's plug the speaker in first. Okay, I'll put the speaker close to the mic so you guys can hear it. We'll see how low it is. Not bad. I'll see if I can find the original speaker so you guys can hear it, compare it. Oh, there it is. It was magnetized to a couple things there. Okay, so put the original speaker back on, and you can kind of hear the difference. You ready? Here we go. Okay. Got that as a baseline. Definitely sounds richer, but not as loud with this guy. But I think that'll be fine. So what we're gonna do is we'll add the speaker onto our multi-conductor cable that we have, as well as the power wires that have to go from the battery to the head. The servos will be powered. I think I might do away with these connectors here, because we'll save them for the other side of this cable. So we're gonna have to interface these two servo electronics with full voltage from the batteries to each one of these boards, as well as ground, and then the signal will go through this multi-conductor cable to the IoTiny eventually. I'm not sure how long we will want the wire. We'll see. We also got to see how many ports we're going to need here. So these guys will hook up to the NeoPixel blaster, so we don't have to worry about using I/O. It's just one port that the NeoPixel blaster needs when it connects to the IoTiny. And so these guys connect here. We can actually probably do a little quick demonstration with these. Make sure they work. Okay. So, to give me a moment to move a few things here. Flip these around so you guys can see them. And then we don't want them touching each other, so give them a good deal of space. Okay. So I'm not reaching over everything, I'll just move the mouse here. Okay, so let's load up Arc. Looks like there's an update that I have to skip. Okay, so, oh nice, okay, you can see what's going on here. Let me rearrange a few things here. You can kind of see this window have. Okay. It's so small, you won't really be able to see what's going on. But anyways, Going to connect to the IoTiny. See what my script says. Okay. I'm going to have to add some more to the script. Just give me one moment here. I guess you can't see it because it's I have it in windowed mode at the moment. Oh, very weird. Okay, I'm just making a few more changes to the code here, and we will be ready to test. One more line here. Okay, so I don't think all the LEDs will light up, only a few I believe. Let's connect here and start our script. Are we on? We're on D-0. I'll just check if the NeoPixel Blaster control is set to D-0. And let's start our script. There we go, we have some blinking action here. So let me stop the script here. And I will adjust this to be 5 LEDs, 5 LEDs, 5 LEDs. And then we'll run it again. There we go. Let's stop that. Just check on something here. So technically this is 4 LEDs. Nope, this one is. Oh, I wonder if oh yes, okay, I think I didn't solder a bridge here, that's why we're not getting 2 LEDs lighting up. So I need to solder a bridge across those, and it should be good to go. The code is working fine. All right. Let there be lights. Nice. I like it. Okay, so let's unplug this set of lights. Solder a quick bridge here, and that'll be good to go. So D-0's lights were orange, and they were in a kind of a, what they would blink usually in a bright to dim pattern. So we'll be able to do that by changing the RGB values in the code. I'll see if I can add a display. Display capture. Okay, your screen might go black for a second, don't worry, it's fine. Create a new display capture. Okay, one sec, see if this works. No, it doesn't look like it worked at all. So we're going to remove that. So we're going to have to work with windowed mode at the moment. That means that this little area with a window will be portraying our other monitor. Yeah, the surface mount soldering is pretty finicky, that's for sure. Tiny stuff. We're gonna flux it up and then solder it on. It's nice to have tweezers to be able to hold this kind of stuff. There's already solder there, so that's helpful. You don't really have to add any more. There we go, we made the bridge. Now let's see if it works. I think it should light up when we plug it in. No, I think it'll actually need a signal. I don't think the signal will be applied right. Well, maybe it is. We'll see. Yeah, I didn't think so. I think, yeah, you have to apply the signal for it to work. So, there we go. All the LEDs are lighting up. Let there be light. Okay, so that's working. Subsystems are a go. Now, we could probably work on these guys. So one servo. We will, I think actually we should probably put them both at 90 degrees. I also need to get some mounting hardware. I forgot about that. Need a couple pieces of mounting hardware. We'll put these servos to 90 degrees, and then we can probably start mounting them on this guy and start building the head up. I will have to chop this whole section off because it is not needed anymore. Right. Hardware and then plastic chopper. Here. Let me flip back over to see if you guys are chatting there. So let's use D2, D3. Actually, we just need one port. Let's use D1. I'm going to add a horizontal servo, change it to D1, close that, and put our minimum as 1 and our maximum as 180. And then we'll just center it. Okay, now we know that it's centered. We can put this bracket on there. Okay. And we'll center this guy too. Oh, you know what? I need something for this guy. I need the other side to pivot on. Need that bracket. Give me 1 sec. See if I can find one of those. I hope DJ won't mind. Borrow one of his servo brackets here. So what we'll have to do is take off those 4 screws, use a couple of them, put them in there, and then we'll need 1 screw to go from this little tab into here. I guess you can't see that. Into right there, that hole there. Okay, let me get the drill. If the motor comes with it, we just need to push the motor back in. Looks like everything wants to come with it. Electronics, motor. Okay, there we go. We'll put this bracket on here. Go. I'm going to steal a couple of these screws. Put them in here. Yeah, I found a smaller battery. I actually stole it from Beastly, the Mechanum robots for the moment, but I'll probably find another battery for this guy eventually. Okay, I'm going to use the drill to make it quicker. Snug it up with my screwdriver. Okay, I need to find a screw for this. Okay, hopefully this is still at 90 degrees on D1. Pretty certain it is. And then we'll hook this guy up to this guy here. We just need to stretch this over. Push that in. There we go. So this is the exact pan tilt system that the D-Robot uses. And what'll happen is that servo will fit inside of Dio's head, just like that. So we are going to be a little bit tight in here. If you look there, that servo is going to stick up a little bit. So we're going to have to get creative a little bit. Might have to go up a little higher with Dio's head, And we're going to stick the IoTiny right on top of that servo probably. And those three LED strips will go up there with the tint. And yep, that'll all go together. And then somehow we're going to attach D-0's head to this servo. Not too sure how yet, but I think we might make a hole right in here, and then put the servo. Actually, we'll plug the servo's tab into that area, if you can see that, and then we'll use a ton of hot glue. And then I think that will be, a good height, because if we look at the height of this to D-0's head, it kind of matches up pretty decently. And we're going to try to put this square plug right in this white section right here. And so we can probably cut this off at the moment. We don't really need that. It's a little bit bothersome sticking out there. It's just kind of like a piece of rubber. Oh, I forgot. That disconnects. There we go. Get rid of that crazy piece. Get out of here. Alright, so time to do some plastic cutting, I guess, and see how we're going to mount these servos to here. We should get that hot glue gun warmed up too. Okay, let's save some battery and unplug this. Put that to the side. And yeah, we're gonna have to desolder these wires here. I'll make a mark. Say this is the negative side, the black side. When we desolder these wires, we want to know where our black wire is going to go. Slowly it'll start going back together. It's definitely in shambles right now. When I do some plastic cutting, I have to cut this plastic too, so might as well take these both. I think it's going to be plastic cutting time now. So turn down your speakers if you don't want to hear some whiny, grindy rotary tool happening. Alright, BRB. back. Sorry about the wait. Turns out there's a screw on the inside here that wasn't accessible. Probably held that black piece on that looked like wire loom. I think it's all glued together anyway. Doesn't much matter. Get that out of there. Okay, now we got that empty. Let's see how this is going to fit. Seems to fit pretty decently. I think I just need to trim a little bit here and there. It'll fit in perfectly. We'll just use the knife for that. There we go. Okay. Oops. I think I went overzealous with the Dremel tool here. Cut off some little bits where it wasn't supposed to. Okay. So, I think in order for this to all go together perfectly, we'll have to start building it and putting it back together. So that's kind of how that's going to go. Oh yeah, I guess I should probably put that little slit in there. While we're in the dremeling mood, might as well, right? See if our servo can tab in there nicely. Not yet. We're going to have to make it wider. Go. We've done it. Servo tabbed in. Don't know how centered it is, but it seems pretty good actually. So we're going to load that with a hot glue when the time comes. We probably have to use this, like a twist tie or something to make both of these wires a lot shorter than they are. And stuff them in the head there, maybe in the nose cone somewhere. Yeah, I was going to attempt to put a camera on the nose cone, but I think it's just too small of a space. I would definitely need a very, very tiny camera to make it in there. And the EZB camera is just not that small. I could put the camera actually where the speaker is, right in the front of the body, but I'll have to deliberate in my mind about it. I'm not sure if I'll do that or not, but all right. On to the next step. Okay, so we got that kind of figured out. Our tiny's gonna go up in there. NeoPixel blaster as well. It's gonna be tricky with the blaster to figure out where we need to put it. We'll also need some twist ties to make this cable a lot smaller, like so. I made these cables pretty short on purpose, so they only need like one bend. thinking that this might get like hot glued to the back of this portion. We likely won't need this, but you know what, it may come in handy. We'll have a look. I think this bar actually passes through down in here. Okay, I need to get this wire out of the way. Okay, so I think I'm right. That all clips together like so. Okay, this goes in. Let's pull this wire through this way. We'll open this up, see if we can push this back a little bit. Or just do this. Oh wow, that actually fits like perfectly. There's a tiny bit of room there. I think that's actually pretty good. Let's see if I can get a good angle for you guys. So yeah, between the servo and that piece there isn't much room at all. Just kind of handy, because we can hot glue ourselves on the back of that edge as well. Yeah, I think that'll be good. And it kind of hides the rest of the electronics on the inside, so if you look at it from the bottom, it's not as obvious that there's a bunch of electronics in the head. Okay, cool. I guess we could always leave this on like so. Yeah, just like that. And then we can start building the electronics in from the side. I do need an entry point for the wiring. So I'll have to make a decision about that. We could come right straight into the back of the head, but we should take a quick gander and see how D-0 looked in the movie, where the wiring actually came in. It might have been just into like this section here, and then up through this way, and then into the head. But we'll have a quick look here. Okay, so I'm going to try to give you guys a windowed view of that. Okay. So our servo is going like that, and then our wire can come in right in this, right in here. There's a whole wide open area right here, so it can sneak right in there, just like D-0's. That'll work. Okay, that'll be our plan. It's not back together yet, RoboRed. Yeah, it's crazy. The first hack was all about just dismantling this thing. Now I gotta figure out, scratch my head, and make sure it goes back together properly. Okay, let's see if our battery actually fits in here the width ways. Sorry, let me adjust my mic here for a second. Okay. Nope, it's too wide, so I'm gonna sever this capped on tape that I put on here. And we'll do a side-by-side kind of battery. Like so. So we gotta find one of these holes to push our connectors through. Might need to widen this hole to make this connector get through there. Yep. Give me 1 second. If you have any jokes at this time, they'd be much appreciated. It's one of those lulls in it. Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, gotta sign off. All right, well, welcome and goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're definitely getting deep into this robot. As deep as you can go. Right down to the bare plastics. Okay, so I'm gonna push these connectors through. Okay, they're both there's enough room now. It's gonna be sneaking it through is gonna be the hard part. Okay, we got one connector coming through. Making it on through to the other side. Okay, then the other connector is way out of position. I gotta push it back this way. Sorry guys, you guys can't really see what I'm doing, so I'll try to position this a little over here. Oh, this is gonna be like a ship in a bottle, I know it. Let's see if I got something to help me out here. Oh yes, we do. Yipes! There we go. Got a little hook here. Almost there, folks. Just a little bit further. We're there. Oh, it's that last millimeter. There, we did it. It's oh man, what a runaround. Okay, so our LiPo battery is now in place. And we can add our cover on here so the LiPo battery doesn't slip back down. We got our charging port. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make that accessible from the side. We'll see. Yes, we need you, Pikachu. Alright. There we go. So this is actually the core of the whole build, this battery portion, because it has these mounts for everything to hook up to. So we will have to figure out our wiring. It's supposed to, on the D-0, get passed through this kind of the center section around this area here. It's supposed to come out through there, then go back into his head. But that might be tricky. I think we probably have to not do that. The reason being is that if it comes out the side and one of these wheels catches on it, wait, you know what? I think we could do it. Just let me think about this for a second. Because I don't think this part actually moves. It's just these parts. So, oh, but look. It has these portions, these spokes. So if we put a wire through the side here, it's definitely going to interfere with the movement of this. So our wire is likely going to have to come out through this section right here. There used to be an infrared LED right here. Now our wiring will pass through there. Okay. Yes, we'll need to desolder these wires. Okay, let's do that. So many components here. So much stuff. We will need this actually. So there's a bunch of the silicone holding the wiring on, which is awesome, but it's just difficult to remove. If I get it started with the needle nose pliers, I should be able to rip it all off. At least we get it off the solder pads here, then we'll be fine. There we go. Let's use a bit of flux, and so that flows a little easier. There we go. same on this side. Okay. Get rid of a little bit more of that silicone. It's a bit annoying. Okay. That's cleaned up. So we can probably start wiring this guy up with this multi-conductor cable. We will try to measure how long we're going to need it. It's not going to have to be too long, actually. So we'll need a fair amount of the sheathing cut off here so that all these conductors can kind of flex and go where they need to go. And then from there, measure it up to here, and then it will go into the head, and then we'll need a little bit more, like about that much. So usually with these multi-conductor cables you get a little string to pull on and it'll get the insulation off, but it doesn't look like this one does. So we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. So you score the insulation with a knife, not too deep, but just deep enough that you can split the insulation like that. And you kind of do that on all the sides. Try not to split it far enough that it'll touch the conductors inside. And then once you've got it cut on all sides, there we go, removed. Looks like I didn't nick any of the wires. Perfect. This multi-conductor cable is pretty handy because it actually has a thicker black and red wire, so it's actually meant to carry power. And then actually has two sets of power wires and then 4 signal wires. So we'll need 2 for these servos in here and 2 for the speaker. So it's like one signal wire for each servo, and then 2 wires for the speaker there. Alright, so we'll just do one side for now because we may end up trimming this down after a little while after we get these things hooked up. You might see that it is way too long. Okay, so we're going to have to split our voltage and ground between these 2 boards. We'll have to do a jumper of some sort. And what I can do is cut off these two wires here, and we'll use those as our jumper points, I guess you call it. Actually, I'll cut one a little longer than the other. so they don't ever touch. Actually, if we're not using those cables, I can just trim them down actually. My bad, I thought they might still have power on them for some reason, but nope, they won't be used, so we don't need them. We'll just trim all the way down. Okay, so we got our jumper wires that we can solder across both these electronics, and then we'll start getting our wiring harness all prepped up. Looks like these are 20 gauge. So the middle connection on both these boards is plus positive voltage from the battery, and then yes, I cannot forget that we will need to actually have some pins to hook up to our battery. Where'd our battery go? Okay, here's our battery. We need a couple of pins to plug into that guy. So we're actually going to need 3 points soldered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a trident. I'm going to pull back the insulation a little bit and solder this guy on like that. And then we'll put a piece of heat shrink, because we need power to go to 3 different points. And this will be a nice short path to get to the servos. And so we'll have to solder our pin onto here, and then both of our servo boards onto here, and that'll give it positive voltage to those 2 boards and get the battery voltage to go all the way up to the tip of this and into the head. And then we'll have to keep the speaker around. Speaker goes right here. I wonder if the speaker only goes in one way. I think so. Okay. We'll need some heat shrink. Get rid of this. A piece of red, a piece of black. Get some white, yellow for some signal wires, some blue, some green, as well. No jokes tonight. We're in need of some good like discussion fodder right now. Like me splashing myself with water. It's perfect. Alright, let's get going. Alright. Good old Matthew McConaughey. Okay. I think my my version of all right is okay. It could be a drinking game. Every time I say okay, you have to drink. That's my transition word. Okay, so I said it again. So we have this soldered, twisted up so it's ready to solder. And then we'll put some heat shrink over it and it'll be safe. Chicken dinner, nice. Winner. You're the winner, Roborad. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. This is some pretty thick gauge wire, so it's taking a little bit to get the heat in there. I think we're going to have to apply some flux. Get this thing all fluxed up. Well, I don't know where we were at last time I talked to you about like how many TikTok views I got on that video I was telling you about the little mini crates. But well, the update is we're at 67,000 views and 22,000 likes. So it's pretty much 1/3 of the views are likes, which is pretty crazy. People like those mini crates, I guess. Okay, so we have this all soldered up. Definitely gonna need some heat shrink. Whew! Still pretty hot. I think I'm gonna actually need to get the next size up of heat shrink. It's one thick connection. Shrink that up and then we'll start on the ground connection. Yeah, I guess it's a Monday night. I never thought about that. But people probably have their stuff going on, different routines. Me, I'm trying to make Star Wars Day happen. Make it a memorable one. May the 4th. D-0 coming alive. still hot. Bend that into place. Let's heat shrink on that guy too. Okay, so we're going to need 2 of these to go to a couple of pins for the battery, and then the rest of the connections will go to the servo electronics. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tin these tips so it's going to be easier to solder. Looks like a couple of chicken's feet. Alright. Solder time. I do have a crazy story I forgot about. I'll turn down the music a little bit. Okay, here's my crazy story. So, my parents-in-law have been taking a lot of walks lately, getting out of the house, since it's a little bit nicer here in Canada, and the spring is starting to sprung. Spring has sprung, and it's starting to get a little nicer out. And so on their walks, they live near a hospital, so they encounter a lot of used masks on the ground. So they have their own little, robot tweezer things to pick the garbage up. And so they've been picking up all the kinds of garbage and walking around, and this is what they do. They get their exercise and they clean up the neighborhood. But they came across some cards on the ground during their adventures, and turns out they're Magic the Gathering playing cards, and they gave them to my son because they knew my son likes to play Pokemon cards, and there was one Pokemon card in there. And anyways, we brought them home, and after they gave them to us, and I was like, you know what, I have no idea what these cards are worth, so let's check them out. So there's a website called Face to Face Games. I think it's out of Montreal. I think they have some operations in Quebec and Ontario, I think. Toronto, I believe. Anyways, they're like the go-to source in Canada for pricing. So check them out on there. Most of the cards were just like 15, 25 cents. That's what standard Magic and Pokemon cards are kind of worth. That aren't anything special. Anyway, I get down to the last ones, and I find, you know, one is worth a couple bucks, and another one is worth $1. Like, oh, not bad. These are pretty decent, but nothing special. And then I get to this one card, and I like look at the price, and I'm like, is this right? And like give it a double take. $899. What? Holy moly. Oh, yeah, that's true, Robert. Masks are now the worst pollution ever. They're gross. They're everywhere. But yes, this card is worth 900 Canadian dollars, which is like, you know, 50 American dollars. But anyways, yeah, this card is worth more than any card I've ever owned. I remember growing up, and we had Wayne Gretzky's rookie card was like the most expensive card that was ever printed, and it was $900. I remember growing up. So this card is like owning a Wayne Gretzky rookie card. So I was a bit skeptical about this card though, because it's fairly old and it doesn't look old. So it could be a fake card, but it's a really very detailed fake, and it's very good copy of that card. So I'll have to check it out, because if it is in that great a condition and it's authentic, I'm sitting on like a $900 card. So we'll definitely try to see if we can find the owner, because that is crazy. I know a couple of card shops in Lethbridge where my parents-in-law live, and so we're gonna, you know, if I find I'm gonna get this card appraised. I know a guy that's, you know, he knows Magic really well. He'll be able to tell me. He owns the card shop in Northern Calgary. Shout out to Shoebox Games and Cafe. Yeah, it's my go-to place for cards and stuff and board games. They should be able to tell me that if it's authentic or not. So we'll see. And if we can't get a hold of the owner, then yeah, we're rolling in the Canadian coins, rolling in loonies and toonies, if it's authentic. So yep, let's hope. All right, back to the hack. Okay, so I need some pins. Be back in a sec. Sorry, DJ. I need to borrow some more stuff. You know what? I can probably get it. Don't need to grab it from the new bins. I'll grab it from the junk bin. I got a whole pile of junk in here that I could be using. I guarantee that there's some pins in here. There we go. Found some. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm that kind of guy. I like to keep almost everything, because I feel like it can be used again somehow. Now, sometimes that's years down the road. And go, aha! I still have that, and I can use it for that project. Awesome. But sometimes there's stuff that sits there for forever. It never gets used. Oh well. It's not harming anyone, so. Except DJ isn't too happy sometimes when I keep too many things. He's the opposite of what I am. I'm kind of like borderline hoarder kind of guy. But I keep it all in like an organized manner, so I don't know if that can be considered hoarding. But DJ is the guy who likes the simplistic, not as much stuff. I don't know. There's a term for that, but I don't remember what it is. It's escaping my mind at the moment. We got some heavy dubstep going on. Okay, we'll switch it to a lighter song here. Yeah, you know, I have a lot of things that come in handy. I'm trying to remember, like, what was the best thing that came in handy that I saved? So nothing's coming to mind at the moment, which isn't a good thing. Trying to remember a good example. What is a good example of something that I kept for so long and then came in handy? Well, there's like phone parts, iPod parts that come in handy. There's I get a lot of friends that have accidentally ruined something, and then they're like, "You have any? Think we could get this fixed up?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I should have the parts and make it happen." I know, I've done that also with retro game consoles. I keep all my retro game parts. It comes in handy because there isn't much worth of parts. I think I'm, like, at heart a technician, kind of, you know, in some ways, because I like to, because it's way more simple to fix something when you have, you know, extra parts. It's way more handy than trying to, like, I don't know, sometimes it's very difficult to just, like, repair something when you don't have anything to repair it with. You gotta use all of its own parts. It's nice to have a donor to donate parts from. I think it comes from also me growing up in a small town where we didn't have access to a ton of stuff. So we I don't know if I talked about this before, but it was pretty awesome. Yeah. I don't know, DJ's not all that neat sometimes. His, well, maybe. He's pretty organized. He likes to have things like, within reach and in their place. But he's like Marie Kondo sort of style, right? He likes maybe it's like feng shui. He likes the word isn't coming to mind, but. Oh yes, anyways, my story about my hometown. Okay, well, our hometown had a dump, which every town has, but at our dump, you were actually allowed to take things, which was so funny. Like, I don't think any dump allows that anymore because of liabilities and stuff. But this dump, it had a section for everything, and, you know, if you had an old battery, you stick it in the old battery section. You had some appliances, and you throw that in the appliance pile. But they allowed you to take anything you wanted from the dump. So people would take scrap metal and build things with it. And there was one section that was amazing. Now, I don't know, not any of our American friends may not know what this is, but we had GT snow racers, they're called. So they're basically kind of like a tricycle for snow. I don't know if that's a good explanation, but they have 2 skis on the sides and 1 ski up front that steers. That can be steered. And anyways, there was a boneyard of GT snow racers because they break all the time, and you know, minus 30 when you get, you're too abusive with them, I guess. Let's say. So yeah, there was a lot of wrecked ones. So my friends and I would take parts from there, and we would have our own like modified GT races, which is a lot of fun. So one of the modifications you would do is the ski would go curve up to the front, so it's easier to, you know, to get over things and stuff. But if you ever flipped around and went down the hill backwards, the skis were actually pointed at the back. They were just flat at the back, so you would just dig in and then fall over backwards. So the first modification you do is use a heat gun or something and they can bend up the back of the skis so you can go backwards. Now this was like before, like, you know, double tipped, bent tipped skis, you know. Everyone just had the regular skis with the front bent up and the back, so it was kind of novel. And you would always take the spring off of the front ski. So the front ski had a spring so that if you fell off the GT, the spring would make the front ski turn quickly to one side so that it would make your GT veer off into the woods or veer off the hill. It wouldn't continue to go forward. But that spring just got to be a little much. It was very annoying. Oh yes, I need the heat gun. Be right back. So we took that spring off of there. That spring was the next thing to go. And after that, there was the steering wheel. So on GT Snow Racers, the steering wheel was plastic, and the frame was metal, so the frame would last all the time. And the skis were also plastic and ABS. So what would happen is that enough jumps and stuff like that you've hit, you put a lot of force on that steering wheel, and that steering wheel would buckle after a while. So the steering wheel would be replaced. Now, some people put like car steering wheels on, which were like much bigger than the regular GT steering wheel, and that was fun. Other times they just reinforced the regular GT steering wheel or put on something like a two-handed like piece like this. There was these, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but like you'd have to be Canadian, I guess, but Brett Hull was a famous Canadian hockey player that played on the St. Louis Blues. Anyways, there was a GT snow racer named after him. He had his own line of GT snow racers, and he would get a big Brett Hull poster that came with your GT. And you would have like the number 16 on the front of your GT. Anyways, people loved the steering wheel on the Brett Hull GT because it just had 2 handles on the sides, and it wouldn't break when you had it was well supported, let's say, rather than the classic GT steering wheel. So some people would use those. And then the final modification would usually come if your seat broke. So some people would take the ABS seat right off of there, and then they'd swap it for like a snowmobile seat or something. It's like an old Skidoo seat. So it was nice and soft, and you wouldn't hurt yourself if you took a big jump and landed on the seat, and it wouldn't break. So yeah, good times. I didn't really realize it all that much, but yeah, definitely grew up in a DIY kind of culture, so it's pretty neat. I didn't really do that many modifications myself, but I was around a lot of others that did. Okay, so there I go again with my OKs. Just waiting for the heat gun to heat up because I want to heat gun, hot glue, the hot glue gun. I want to hot glue this connector because it keeps on moving around and stuff. So hot glue it so it doesn't move, and then we'll solder on those wires, the positive and ground wires, and then we will hook up the speaker wires and the signal wires. And then we can run this up to the head, and then we can start putting this thing back together. That'll be great. I can't wait. I just hope that I remember how to put it back together. That's the only problem. Oh, I do have to find the hardware. Okay, here we go. Oops. Let's put the hardware back into this little baggie. Don't lose any of that. Looks like our hot glue gun is ready. So, see these? See what's happening here? The one side of this pin connector is coming down like that. It's getting sliding down. So it would probably pop out of the battery connection if I let it do that. So what we're going to do is hot glue them together. Make sure that connection stays pretty solid. Try not to get any hot glue on the pins themselves, but hot glue all over this connection. Alright, we'll let that cool down. I've done that before. Yep, definitely tell us in the chat if you also have left your hot glue gun on for a number of hours or days unintentionally. Yeah, I'm surprised how long hot glue guns can last for. It is crazy. I left mine on for like a good 2 days or something like that. It still worked after. I guess it's meant to go that way. It's meant to work that way. If you leave it plugged in, it can last for a long time. Okay, I think we're good. I got hot glue stringies all over me. Ah. It's like a spider web. I guess I could switch my other view here. You guys don't have to look at Easy Build or Arc this whole time. We'll just switch it to that. No. We'll just leave it. That's fine. Okay, so let's do some more soldering here. Gotta get our ground connection and our positive voltage connections made, and then we'll hot glue the wires to the board after. Make sure we got our solder. Well, I hope to be done this D-0 tonight. This definitely feels like it's slow going. I said my hack would go on until 9:30. It might go longer. We'll see. still have to put this bad boy together, and then we have to do the software side. Software side is always the fastest because of how efficient ARC is. Just click, click, click. Everything is all ready to go. Let's add some hot glue onto there. Make sure those wires don't go anywhere. Let that cool off a little bit. Start prepping the speaker wires at the same time. I'm going to probably chop down the speaker wires a little bit. We have a lot of length with their multi-conductor cable here. Strip all of our cables here while we're at it. Yeah, actually, I'll definitely get to that portion a little bit later. I found a very quick way to download MP3 clips using Audacity with anything playing to your speakers, so you don't actually have to do a multi-step process. You just go straight through Audacity, grab the voice clip you want, export as MP3, and you're on your way, and you can add it into ARC and add voices. But yeah, D-0 did have a voice in Rise of Skywalker. It said only a few words, like "I am D-0." It said "No, thank you," and battery fully charged. There was a number of things that it said, but yeah. And the funny part is that these Hasbro toys only do beeps, and D-0 didn't actually beep all that much. R2-D2 is the beeping one. Okay, time to make some more solder connections. just going to cover the power connections in hot glue so they don't short out anything. Alright, we need some more heat shrink. Oh yeah, I forgot. We grabbed some ready. We'll use yellow and orange for the speaker connections. And white and brown will be our signal connections to the servos. They don't need to be this long, so we're going to trim them down. Now we're going to have to find a good place to put these electronics. We'll still have to reach the battery connection, excuse me. Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky. I should have thought this out a little better. I wonder if it goes a certain way. I didn't really look at that. Yes, it does, because this is the long side, this is the short side, and it meets up with the long side and the short side on this portion of the battery. I wonder if there's something that goes right there. I'd have to check. So, see, this section here is going to meet up with this over here, and it's going to have to, I'm not going to have that much space because that goes over the motor section. So our electronics are going to have to fit in here and like over here, and I don't know if we have enough length for that to happen between these two boards. No! I may have to extend these connections on this from this board right here. Cut a little more wire, splice it, make it a little longer, fit that piece of electronics in this section here, and this guy over here, and this guy can stay at the same length it is right now, and then plug into the battery right down here. While we're here, let's remove this portion. Do not need you. You're in the way. Same with this. These were actually what held on the upper portion of the battery here. And there's a couple screws right here and here that hold on to the top plastic piece, and then that held in the metal connection, battery connections. So yeah, so sad. I'm gonna have to desolder this. I'm gonna have to use some booze to take this hot glue off. Oh, I should have brought my little spray bottle. Just use a piece of paper towel to apply it. Yeah, I know, hey? So many hacks. I think it's taken me maybe a year and a half or 2 years to accumulate this many hack nights. It's crazy. You know what? Screw it. Let's just dump it on there. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Love to see some more live hacks from the Synthium community. It'd be awesome to see what everyone else is working on. I can definitely give you a couple of tips and tricks on how we use OBS. It's very easy to use, open source. Okay, so this is how it's going to go. Down like this. Actually, I think we have a section right in here for the electronics. Like that. Our battery connection must... Wait. The battery connection has to be made here. You know what? We won't make the battery connection yet because we don't want to short anything out when we're soldering the wires over there. I guess we could just plug it in like this, put it together. Yeah, let's just do that for 1 sec here. Just run our wires in like that. Position these electronics so they're not in the way of anything. Our battery connection will be made there. Make sure those two don't touch. And then our main wiring will be running up likely like that. If it fits, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this goes on and how tight it is. Otherwise, we might have to go up in this region to try to run the wiring there, and then up into here. Yeah, something tells me it's going to be tight. Okay, so we got to see how long we want our wiring here to be. We also got to make sure like one of these wires can stretch all the way over to this guy, one of the signal wires. White or brown. Something like that. Should work. Should be able to stretch that wire. And then we kind of have to measure, see how far we need to go with these power wires. About 5 millimeters, or sorry, 50 millimeters, or maybe a little longer. Yeah, 55 millimeters. I think that'd be good. Okay, let's unplug this guy. Yeah, I can't wait to get this bottom section all together. It's definitely taking a while. And we still have to work on the head. Put all the electronics up in there. We also have to file down these channels, make them nice and smooth, and then we can put the tint behind them. One troubling I see coming is that it's going to be tricky to put the tint in and be able to access everything, like the electronics and everything. I think I may have to like glue the tint on one side and then have it kind of just push up against the other side and not actually be glued. Just kind of floppily fit in there. We'll see. That's a good idea. Have the Star Wars soundtrack playing while I hack it. Well, unfortunately, I think it's copyrighted, so I'd likely get flagged by YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna go get a quick drink. Getting a little parched, so I'm gonna throw up the "Be Right Back" screen, and I will be right back. Figured I should probably add the mic input to give you guys some music as well. sorry about the wait. I made myself some hot chocolate. Oh wow, I didn't realize that you have the vinyl for the first Star Wars from the orchestra on the movie. That's pretty cool. How much did that set you back? Was it pretty expensive, or was it a steal of a deal? I'm going to move some of this stuff out of the way here. It's getting kind of cluttered. Okay, we're working with this guy. Do not need this anymore. Oops. Stack the wheels in these portions. Get the cone out of here. We don't need you yet. We do need the speaker. Now I hope I didn't cut the speaker wires too short after looking at everything. No, I think it'll be fine. Okay, we'll save that for later. IoTiny can be over here too. Okay. We got our tint still. Alright, let's move to the bench. Move to the bench. Alright. Sorry, excuse me while I take some drinks. Need some sugar to keep me going, I think. Full day of work and then move over to the live hack. I'm guessing a lot of people do this kind of thing with the streaming and everything. They have their full-time job and they stream once they get home. It's definitely kudos to them, because it's definitely taxing, that's for sure. Takes a lot of energy. Okay, so I think I'm going to apply some hot glue to these wires here so they don't break. Oops. And we're going to extend these wires. I think I'll just steal some more of the wire from this guy. What did I say? We needed 55 millimeters. Okay. Wish I had some more stories to tell you guys, but all I got is that, oops, that story about the Magic the Gathering cards there. I told you all my stories on Friday, so it's been haven't had a week to collect any more stories, unfortunately. Some more heat shrink here. You guys are gonna have to give me tell me some stories in the chat, or or make me talk about something. Give me a topic. I'm gonna put these wheels somewhere over here so they're out of the way too. Okay. You know what? I think I reused that GT story. I think I might have told you guys about those GTs before. We're getting to the point where my stories are starting to cycle. I must be getting old, man. Like your grandpa who keep on saying the same story over and over. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's too bad. How long do you think it'll take to be able to be able to drive and that kind of thing? Oh man, that seems rough. Yeah, it'll probably take some time to relearn how to walk after losing a toe. I think you'll have to do like physiotherapy and that kind of thing to get your walking back. I'm sure that affects your balance quite a bit, losing a toe. Oh, nice. That's handy. Late June though. Oh man. Well, at least that doesn't sound like your summer will be affected too much, so that's awesome. I just hope all the COVID stuff is figured out by the end of June. We'll see how it goes, I guess. I feel like the majority of Canada will be vaccinated by end of May, I hope. Probably end of June. Huh, that's neat. Never heard of that. Yeah, I heard that there are a few countries, once they get to about 60% vaccinated, then the numbers start dropping off like crazy. That the numbers of infections start going down way drastically. So I hope that's the case. I hope that we get up there to the 60 or higher soon. I think we're like 10% vaccinated right now, so it's taking a while. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat there, RoboRed. For me, it's like, well, maybe I'll let the people who want to get a vaccine right away get it, and we'll see what happens. And then, if everything is fine, then I'll get mine too. That's hard to say though, because if they gave me an opportunity to get mine right away, I might just say yes. We'll see. We'll see when I get there, I guess. If I ever get there, we'll see when I get there. I guess it's a risk either way, you know? It's a risk to get COVID and it's a risk to get the vaccine. But likely a smaller risk in terms of getting the vaccine. Personal opinion, but it's hard, you know? Some of these vaccines are interesting, and the RNA vaccines, those are kind of a newish style vaccine. Not something we all have too much experience with, so I'm very curious about those vaccines and what they can do. I've heard that you should just keep on going, taking your vitamin C and vitamin D, and you'll have a better chance of not getting the virus, I guess, I hear. Yeah, there's some pretty interesting people out there, especially in Calgary. There was a rally this weekend that there's a whole bunch of people that blocked off some of the streets downtown. They had a freedom rally, as they called it. Basically anti-mask, anti-vax kind of groups. They're having demonstrations, and they didn't even wear any masks or anything because, of course, they're against it. But they're congregating in large massive groups without masks. Can't be good. Stick a bit more hot glue on some of these wires. Well, they were outside, so that's one good thing. Because there are some groups that actually patrol the malls and do crazy, I don't know, what do you call that, rallies, I guess, inside the malls. Yeah, that's not That's so smart, I don't think. Such a crazy time, hey, to be alive. Never thought I'd see a pandemic, but they're always hinting at it. They're always hinting that it could happen. Now we know what happens when there's a pandemic. Okay, time to solder everything else together here. We'll solder the speaker wires on and the signal wires on, and then it's time to put this thing back together. Not whether we have enough space for the wires. I just feel really bad about all the small businesses these days. Such a challenge. Nice. Yeah, I think same with me. I have about 4 or 5 robot projects that I'm slowly building on. My idea is to finally get a lot of my content actually finished. Let's say, you know, there's finished, but then there's finished. You know, like a lot of my projects are maybe completed on the hardware side, and they're very light on the software side, and I haven't really shared the wiring that I did for some of these robots, or haven't shared the code the example projects that I generated. So a lot of stuff like that I haven't really finished my robots completely. So I'd like to do that. Oops, sorry. So that's kind of what I'm working on with the Nintendo ROB. I hope to finally have it complete. Share the files. I'm going to be using some 3D printed designs, so I'll share those files too. Oh, cool. Yeah, the InMove is definitely a cool project. Yeah, I don't know if I would have enough time to do an InMove. That is definitely a ambitious project. Okay, so we have the speaker wires soldered, ready to go. Now it's on to the signal wires. You know what, I may extend this one signal wire because it's a lot shorter than the rest. And this one will be fine. Alright. Yeah, it's something I've always planned to do but never really got around to, is actually doing some really good documentation for the robots I've built. I think the Voltron is the best I've done. I still haven't shared the example project either, though. So there's that. Definitely got some chill music playing right now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having this one done. I definitely should take some pictures though as I'm going through here. Definitely don't want to open D-0 back up after I seal him. Oh, I found another place to run the wiring. Might be able to go up through here. But I feel like there's probably enough room over here. We'll have to see in a little bit here. Okay, we're going to extend this wire. Some of the wire that we have left over here. Extendo, my friendo. I remember when people were making parodies of Nintendo. They called it No Friendo. That was funny for a little while. I think people had shirts that had No Friendo on them. So humorous. Whoa! Did you see that? You know how we were talking about hot glue guns being like solid and stuff? Being amazing pieces of technology that can, last for days. The hot glue gun just blew up. I don't know how that happened. I reached over it, and it just blew. See the charred marks on the hot glue stick? Somewhere inside here, this thing just bit the dust. Right on stream too. Pretty crazy. I thought I did something, but no, there's nothing I could do. It was plugged in over there. I didn't short anything out. It just spontaneously combusted. Crazy. Holy. Did you see the flames shoot out of that? That was hardcore. Okay, word to the wise. Never leave your hot glue gun on for way too long. Because we thought you could, but now I'm not so sure because it can do the stuff like we just saw. Light on fire. At least it wasn't like an extended fire. It was just like a brief, I don't know what you want to call that, brief explosion, and then it was done. And now it's fit for the pit. Not plugging that one in anymore. I guess I owe DJ a new hot glue gun. Whoops. This is a Walmart special, $15, so at least we're not out a lot of money. Yep. Just so nobody uses that one again, we're going to just have to do this. See you later. We can reuse the AC cable for another project, but not the hot glue gun. Unless we're making like a laser gun or something. Pew, pew, pew. No, I think I'm just going to throw that away. That is unfortunate. And, yeah, I know. I really want to stop the stream to rewind it and see what it looked like. It definitely made me jump. I bet you're going to see my face be like, oh, like that when it happens. Oh, man. Now, I think I lost my brown wire that I was prepping to solder onto this thing when I jumped. Oh, here it is. It's way down here on the ground. Oh, man. Well, I didn't have any stories, any more stories to share with you, but, you know, just this live stream itself can be a story. Yeah, I'm definitely going to review the live stream after I'm done. That was crazy. Wow, it's 9:30 already. I said I'd be done this live hack by now. But I'm thinking that's probably going to be an hour or two more. Probably an hour more. Maybe an hour and a half with software stuff. Wow. Well, I'm definitely awake now after that explosion. Oh, kind of smells a little burnt over here, but that's probably because of the glue stick. We still need more hot glue, so we got to use our backup hot glue gun. Chop this portion off here. Okay, let's get back to it. Well, that was entertaining, to say the least. I'm gonna need a smaller piece of heat shrink here. Yeah, true. Well, we don't have sprinklers in here. I would have had to go and grab the fire extinguisher if we had a serious situation on our hands. I'm very curious though, like why that hot glue gun blew up. Maybe it's because it got just so much hot glue in it that somehow the hot glue conducted? No. No. I think it's probably there's a coil in there that heats up, and probably after a while of being used, like the enamel on the coil kind of starts getting worn down, possibly, and then it rubs and then it shorts out. I don't know, it's just a guess. Yeah, we need some more hot glue on there. Then we can put this thing together. Hot glue gun's probably going to take a little while to get warm, so let's have ourselves a drink. Carburetor flash fire. Yep. I should turn on the fan or open up. I'll probably open up the door actually, get the smell out of here. It's not that smelly, but probably a good idea to get some fresh air in here. This hot glue gun is taking its sweet time. What else can we work on? We'll wait. We have the hardware. We have the pieces to put this thing back together. Oh, wait. We do have this piece that goes back here. Forget about this piece too. It goes somewhere around here. So after we get the body back together, then it'll be time to start working on the cone. I guess I could do a little bit of filing, clean this up a little bit right now. I think it's going to be a little annoying for you guys if I do some filing right beside the microphone, so maybe I'll do it back there. glue gun is done by now. These channels aren't perfect, but they're much better than they were. Definitely looks like a robot that has been well loved. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, let's open this back up. Snip this. Oh, nice. Can't wait to see that. Will's Star Wars robot is the best. So many things to look forward to after this live hack is done. Watching the live hack again to see the the explosion, and watching Will's videos. Okay, I think I'm gonna file that down just a little bit. Okay, put that aside again. Our hot glue gun should be ready. It is. Okay. Wait for that to cool down a little bit. I'm excited. It's time to put this thing back together. Power should be isolated now. The only thing is that I don't want to plug in the power at the moment, because we'd be dealing with live power on this other end. Man, maybe I should have put in a switch. It's not too late. I could put a switch in this thing instead of it being it was supposed to be a momentary push switch like this. We could Dremel it out and put a power switch in there. It seems like we should. I know we should, but I don't want to. But we have to. Really, we just have to switch one of the wires, so it's not that huge of a deal. We do have some extra wire here that we can use. We need to extend the black and then switch the red. Darn. Should have thought of this earlier. The switch is actually a great idea. You know what I could do is just cut the red wire here, extend it to the switch, and extend it to this pin right here, and just leave the black pin. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We can actually even desolder this connection if we wanted to. Just have to pull off some of this hot glue. You guys, you didn't catch me. You didn't tell me. Make a slow-mo of the video of the explosion for TikTok. That's actually a bang-up idea. I might have to do that. This is what you're missing if you don't come check out the live hacks. We got explosions. Oh yeah, I also wanted to take a picture of the insides here. We'll take a picture when we have ourselves a switch installed too. We might have to borrow one of those from DJ as well. Simple on-off switcherooski. Fit it into the hole that we're going to make in this thing. Hopefully it's a clean hole. We will see. Maybe I should do like a little trace around it. Give ourselves a little tiny little outline here. Could go vertical. Does make more sense in the way you read it. Just not much meat to clip into. Okay, we're going sideways. Okay, we have our hole. It's not quite centered, so we'll erase a little bit here. Okay, so what we'll do is plunge the Dremel in each corner and then cut from corner to corner with our cutting bit. And we'll likely need some of these guys to hold it because it's way too close to my fingers. Okay, let's do this. Speakers down. Let's see if this thing fits. I think I need to do a little bit of clipping here first. Get rid of some of these supports that don't need to be there. I think it's going to have to be a little wider. So let's just use our knife. Shouldn't be cutting towards myself. It's a dangerous game to play, especially when you're working alone. Well, technically I'm not working alone. You guys got my back, right? If I go down, you guys will look up the Calgary emergency number, which is 911. You'll call for me, right? Oh, okay, well, our switch fits. There's a bit of a gap on either side of the switch. I made it a bit too wide, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll just fill those things with hot glue. Yui. Okay, so let's prep the other side. Cut this heat shrink off of here. Cut away some of the hot glue. It's like performing surgery. Okay. So we'll desolder that pin, and we'll use some wires to extend to the switch. And that way, we can connect everything up, and we don't have to worry about something shorting out when we're connecting things to there. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why robots have switches. Might be able to make this wire go all the way to the switch, and then we only need one extra wire to go back to the battery connector. I think we can make it happen. Looks like there's bunch of wire left over on the connections of the switch here. So you can get that out of there. The only thing is, when you do stuff like this, is that you can melt the wire the internals of the switch. So that's exactly what I did. And then the switch no longer works. So maybe it's better just to cut this kind of stuff off. Not try to desolder it. So we'll use the multimeter, see if the switch is still operational. So I don't want it to be intermittent. Okay, the switch is in the off position. Hot glue is still warm. Whoops. Well, I can't tell if it's me slipping on that connection. Or if the switch is having some issues. Yeah, I think the switch is alright. Let's get rid of a little more of the junk that's on the switch. Solder this guy to it, and then we'll solder other wire from here to those pins. Alright, let's tin these ends. And instead of heat shrink, I think we're just going to use hot glue to isolate these connections. Now we're going to need a whole lot of hot glue. We don't want this guy to move any longer, so we're going to hot glue it in place. It used to be a push button, now it's a power switch. So we'll isolate the connections and load this up with hot glue at the same time. Holy moly. This D-0 project is definitely a one that I underestimated, that's for sure. Oh man, I thought that hot glue would be cool by now, but it's still warm. Yeah, I hope so too, or we're at. I hope it all balances out. It should, because I didn't change anything mechanically. Except for adding this big honking wire on there, I guess. Yeah, the head will be a little different, I guess, too. It'll have a little more weight. And also not be bobbly anymore. Okay. I think we've held on to that button long enough, this switch long enough. Okay, let's keep it in the off position. needs to go. Oh yeah, so we'll need to empty out all the stuffs, all the little clippings and everything. Okay, so we'll connect this up. Black to black, red to red. Okay, we just got to make sure our electronics are in a good position here. Okay, we're going to tuck the balanced charging connector in there. I don't think we're going to be able to use that connector. I will have to open up D-0 to charge. Unless I have an idea, but I'm going to actually do it later, not at this moment. What I'm going to do is actually have the battery so that the wiring actually comes down into this section, and it's a lot easier to use, and that way I can open this up, pop the battery out, charge it, and then push it back in. But for now, we're not going to do that. We're going to try to fit everything in and close this guy up. Okay, so what we need to do is see if we can get this guy in place without munching any wires. This is the plan, to go through like that. Gotta train our wires here. Okay. Oh, okay, that's a good sign. So we're almost there. We just have to run this wire in this channel up here. Okay, so we're going to make this wire bend like an S so it'll keep its shape. Well, might have to throw some hot glue on that speaker. It's going to be bugging us like this all the time. Okay. Speaker, you got the hot glue as well, the hot glue treatment. Oh. We need some more hot glue sticks. Stat. Yeah, this is going to be a challenge for sure to fit this wiring, but we'll make it happen. It's going to happen. Can't wait to finish off this base, pack it up, so I don't have to worry about this anymore. Well, I will have to eventually. I'll have to get back in to do the battery stuff, but not today, not tonight. Make me cry days at a time. Okay, so is the hot glue? No, it's not. It's almost there. Yeah, that's the thing with building robots like this, is you got to choose a side. Choose the side that everything is going to be mounting to, and so I can see maybe it fitting like this. Just needs to bend really good right here. Okay, so I need to trim this little piece here a little bit. There. See what I did there? So I can fit the wiring in this upper section. That's where they wanted it to go on this side. Let's see how that goes. Just this bend right here. We'll extend the circle a little bit here, and also cut off a bit more of this, so we have a bit more room. Try to trim all the sharp points off of here. I don't think it's going to look beautiful here, but at least the wire will be able to get out of there. Okay, let's give this a shot. Make sure our wires are all tucked in everywhere. Okay, let's see. So I think it's getting blocked right up here. And everywhere else it seems to be pretty decent. What's this hole doing right here? It must be missing some other access panel. There's another hole. Oh! You guys didn't remind me! Those wheels! We need to put them back in. The idlers. Yes, that's important. Okay. We also need to get the hot glue off of here so it seals up nicely. Okay, so when this goes down, I think we're going to have to chop up this little portion here. Yeah, that one was on you, Roborad. You're the only one chatting, so you're the guy that's supposed to remind me of these things. Just kidding. I should have been paying attention. It's a good thing the whole thing wasn't buttoned up. Well, that would have sucked. Okay. I think that'll do it. I think that'll do. Oh, almost. Look at that. I can squeeze it almost together. I think there's another wire caught somewhere. It's a good sign that we're almost there. Okay, we gotta check here to see if there's any wires getting pinched. Because something tells me. Okay, it seems like that's getting flattened down a little bit. Could be these electronics getting in the way. Could just be this wire. Could try to trim a little bit more stuff here. Could try to trim this a little bit. So, we're so close, I can taste it. We're almost there. let's look at this other side and see if there's anything we can trim in this section up here. Trim some of that. Something tells me that this guy probably wants to go in, fit in somewhere. Yeah, that's what it wants to do. I guess we can let it. We just need to run the wires around that piece right in there, if you can see it. That's where the other plastic receptacle wants to go. Ah! Can't lose our idlers. Okay, let's try that. Oh, success! Success! It's all coming together now, literally. Okay, so now I have to remember how to put this thing all back together. Pretty sure these are the screws that are needed. That one's not going in there very easily. I think these are the ones. Boy. It's hard going. There, sealed like a glove, except for this one. I think it needs to be run in and back a few times to get it in there good. Whew, almost there. There. Whew. Okay, the body kind of back together. Now, do I remember which wheel went on which side? No, I don't. But we'll do our best. Alright, see if that goes in. If it doesn't, maybe I need the other one. Oh, look, it has a key. I didn't notice that. So the key goes in that side. I think. Yeah, it should. Get in your home. looks like it's double keyed. Yep, it's double keyed. Only goes in one way. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, the on-off switch doesn't look too bad, eh? Even though it's black, I guess. But all right, so we need one of these longer screws. I know that much. Yeah, so that's nice. So I didn't have to worry about knowing which way it'll come together because it's all keyed properly. Okay, I know that goes there, and this goes here. This one is keyed on the side like this. Perfect. Long screw goes in here. Okay, golden. This goes on here. This is what gives us our mount to mount the head. I think this might be keyed as well, actually. Yep, it is. Smart, smart. And we have 2 extra screws. I don't know where they belong. Something tells me that they're not important. Let's just forget about those 2 screws. And I know one of them was an extra one from, what was it? This guy. There was a screw right here, so that was extra. Okay, make sure this is off. Good. Okay, and so this guy clips there and there. And which way do we want D-0 to go forward? Let's have a look, actually, because let's have a look at D-0. See what side his head is facing. Okay, so his head faces like this. Or if I had it this way, his head faces like this. Okay, so where do we want our wire to go? We want to bend it like this. Where does plug in? Oh yeah. We're definitely gonna have to hot glue those connections. They're annoying. So do we go up from here and then back in, have it stick out a little bit and then back into D-0's head right here? Yeah, I think so. I don't think we should go out the front. Makes sense that D-0's speaker is in front and the on-off switch is at the back. That makes sense to me. So D-0 is facing this way. And then this will come in right beside the servo down here. And I'll make that happen. So I don't think we're going to need this much length of wire, so we'll definitely have to trim that down. We'll have to make, we could just solder directly actually to some of the connections on this board. We don't have to have this power connector. Just all depends if we want to replace stuff in the future. Somebody tells me I don't want to replace stuff in the future on this robot. Oh, that's a tricky thing is because when I go back in to get the battery, I will have to take it all apart. So I don't want to hot glue this portion on yet. I will have to take this off like so. It's actually a lot harder to take off at this point. Take this off, and then this will be attached by this wire, so we'll have to have a little bit of length, I guess. Push his head to the side, and then we'll open this up and get at the electronics. So, but we do want to hot glue this together because this is ridiculous. It keeps on coming off. So we'll leave that to cool down. We will start trimming this back. Make sure that's off so we don't short anything out. Okay, cool. I'm wondering, do we want to trim back the wires or just wait? Yeah, you know what, I will take the sheath off the wire, and then we'll see if we want to cut them down a little later. Go. Yeah, it does look a lot more smoother now, eh? Now the funny part is that which red and black wires carry the power? I'm going to have to turn the power on and see. I'm gonna get some alligator clips. So first we test the alligator clips for continuity because I've been burned too many times by these crock clips being a crock of something. Okay, good. That one's good. That'll be our positive wire. Oh, this one hasn't been opened in forever. This one's good too. Cool. Well, maybe it isn't good. Let's see if it's soldered. Jacket, not soldered. Yeah, these. Yeah, not good. I can solder it now, but it's a bit of a pain. This one's not soldered either. I dislike it when they aren't soldered. They don't make that great of a connection when they're not soldered. can force some of that solder into there. Make it happen. Let's put the metal guy down. That didn't work out so well. Usually I have to scratch these to get them to accept solder with my knife. But sometimes if I force the solder in, sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Ah! So much for trying to do this quick. Well, this one I soldered on there, but it's just mangled. Let's see if we can find some soldered ones. Yeah, once alligator clips get old, they're pressed connection. I don't know if you can see this. It's just the wire goes in, and they fold it over, the bare wire, fold it over, and then squeeze it onto these croc clips. But over time, that pressed connection just gets corroded, and then your croc clips don't give you good readings anymore. But I know I soldered a few of these myself. Alright, where's my screwdriver? Let's use another one, I guess. Too many things on my desk. Oh. Yeah, the croc clip was attached to the screwdriver, my bad. Or alligator clips, as the people call them. Holy moly, these boots are hard to get off here. No, there's got to be a few in here. Nope. 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 Oh man, some of these are pretty old. Nope. Nope. these ones are ancient. Can't even open them. Looks like we're gonna have to solder some ourselves. Yeah, these ones are getting rusty. So old. I like these smaller clips. They're, I don't know, a little bit more flexible sometimes. Okay, so what we'll do is solder 2 sets of alligator clips that we know will be reliable. Okay. Just open up the tabs on these clips. What we'll do is remove some of the insulation, fold it over so it has like a thicker, better connection to solder to. And then we will stick it through there's a little hole on each of these clips here. Stick it through there. Wait, there's one thing I did want to do before that. Like I said, this is how I get them to solder on good. Just scratch it up on the bottom. Do that on the other side. We don't want to squeeze this around the wire right now, around the insulation right now, because the insulation will melt. So we'll keep that open like that. So do the same thing on this side. Okay, we'll solder those, and we'll get one more crop clip done, and then we'll be able to test reliably. Make sure you get that solder all the way up into the wire so the wire is nice and strong. And once that's cooled down, then you can squeeze the metal portion over the insulation. Have to wait for that to cool down a little bit. Just put it off to the side for now. Start on the next one. Oh, the boot is no good. 2 hours that I said would probably be, or that 1 hour I said would probably be enough is not going to be enough. But I'm determined. I'm determined to finish this robot tonight. Yo! R2 Ubuntu. Interesting. Do I know who that is? I don't recognize the username. You'll have to let me know who you are. Alright. Sorry about this detour of fixing up my test equipment here. It's the way it goes sometimes. I've been so burned by alligator clips in the past when troubleshooting that I need to solder them. It's not a choice anymore. It's a have to. Especially when they get old like this. Okay, so this one is cooled down. We can now pinch these tabs onto the insulation, so it gives us good strain relief. Okay. Let's put these back together. Need something larger to latch onto. Make it easier to put the boots on. Putting my boots on. There we go. Okay, detour is almost over. Pinch these on and we'll be good to go. This boot needs to be stretched out a bit. G to the G's. Let's do a quick test on our multimeter. Whoops. I wasn't gripping on there very well, and I was being too hasty. Okay. Solid connection. Perfect. Earlier we were not getting a solid connection at all, so this is good. Alright. Time to test what wires our voltage is on. Okay. So we have a combination of 4 wires that we gotta test where the voltage is, because I do not want to open this back up. There's no way I'm doing it. Knock on wood. Okay, here we go. Okay, we make sure our power switch is on. And we turn this to voltage. Bring it up so we can all see. Make sure. Why did I do that? Okay. Pretty sure this is going to be our ground then. The last 2 wires. Yep. The last 2 wires I tested, of course. Okay, so cut the other ones off because we don't need them. Okay. Strip these guys. So these 2 are a speaker wire, so we will solder them to something like this. A DuPont connector with 2 pins. So we actually don't need that much length. But let's start putting our head together here. Putting our heads together, make this happen. Okay, doesn't look like the head's gonna fall off anymore. Sweet, get rid of this. We're gonna keep these alligator clips around somewhere, because we know that they're soldered and they're good. Put the rest in the bin. I don't think, oh yeah, we might need some heat shrink. Get out. Every now and again we need to clean up this bench a little bit. Okay. Our messy bench is now clean again. Beauty. Okay, do we want to keep this connector? I'm guessing no. I think we're going to remove that and solder directly to these guys. I think we're always going to leave the head able to be taken apart, because we're going to have a lot of electronics in here and we can't take this back off. So yeah, and look, it's like almost impossible to take apart anyway, so Perfect. Okay, so we have it. It's going to be, our wiring is going to come out like this and go into the head. We're going to have our pan tilt servo here. That's going to hold our head in place. I think what I'll do is going to hold it in place kind of like that. Let me bring this back a little. There we go. So we'll hot glue this in place. I think we'll hot glue that in place. We'll hot glue this in place. So we have one side to work from. But it's coming together. Soon. Soon we'll be able to drive it around. I hope. And then we have to fit in this crazy monstrosity with the LED eyes. Ugh. Still have some work to do. And then we have these little connectors that we will, you know what, I don't think we'll use these. We'll put those to the side. We'll just use some single pin. So all we need to do is get the servo signal down. Just need a couple of female connectors. What color? I think it was brown and white, right? For our servos. Yeah, let's use brown and white then. How about that? Brown. Oh, there's a white. Okay, so let's also map out how we want our wiring to go in. So probably on this side. Let's just stick the wire through the LED hole right now. Yeah. Yes, much was done tonight for sure. Okay, so that's how it's gonna go. D-0 is gonna have his classic black wire going to the back of his head. We're gonna hot glue this stuff together. I think it's time to start on that. Where's my knife? We'll clean this up a little bit. Oops. Okay, I think that's cleaned up enough. Enough to accept the servos. Yeah, it's crazy how long these wires are. They need to be that long for JD's claws or grippers. Almost said claws. It's a no-no. All right. not too sure which side I prefer to work on. I think this side, because this one kind of plugs in to this side. This is the receptacle. So I think that's going to be the side that we work on. It's going to be our more permanent side. You know what, I think I might put them flat. And then support the head with something like this, but smaller. I'm gonna have to trim these wires a little better. Okay, it's a bit tricky because it's a cone. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put the excess wire into the cone of the nose cone. Get a little twist tie to do that. Definitely a pain. So sneak that in like that. We'll have to do the same for this guy. Just gonna come in on this side. I need like a reverse cone to hold the head. Or I just do it standing up. That might be easier. I think that's the way it's going to look, just like that. in there. Mr. Circle Wire. I think I'm just going to start hot gluing. So I'm getting a little irritated with the way this thing keeps on slipping and stuff. Okay. Just make sure this thing is positioned decently. Kind of like that, and then we'll start with the hot glue. This will get hot glued on first. Oh. To reach around the mic. Okay. Alright, we have some hot glue coming out the back, but that's fine. Okay. Hold it there for a little while. This hot glue does not cool fast. Alright, so the next steps are going to be like soldering on some connecting points for the servos, for the speaker. Yeah, definitely looking more like a robot now. And then it's going to be, we're going to have to figure out where we can put the NeoPixel blaster, the LEDs. I think this is going to be the tricky part. Now Tiny is going to go like right here. Probably try to fit this guy at the back. I can't snip off these protruding pieces here because that's where the antennas go at the back, so I can't mess with those. This this wire is going to be likely a bit of a problem because it keeps on pushing up on this piece right here. Unless we can train it right. It's going to be a bit of a pain. Okay, so there we go. Hot glue is set. Now start working on this side a little bit, a little more. Looks like YouTube flagged you for the word retarded there. Roborad. Interesting. They're not just blocking swears anymore, it's also offensive words as well. Yeah, those spy cam robots are everywhere. Ever since Brookstone started making them. I'm wondering if I'll need to somehow zip tie that down or something. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. This also needs room to be able to pivot down and give it back. Could also zip tie it up here to maintain pressure down here. Well, we'll figure something out. But anyways, in the meantime, let's get soldering. Still debating about soldering those connections directly to here. Seems like a reasonable thing to do because this is such a beefy connector. And this board will be staying inside of here. I don't think I'll be removing it for another project or anything. Oh no, one of our casters got full hot glue. It'll make it hard to drive, won't it? Oh, we're gonna need some booze, some alcohol. Take that right off. Ooh, came out faster than I expected. Holy moly, sounded real good. There we go. What were you doing and driving in that hot glue? What's going on here? Okay. Looks kind of cool actually, the way that it's looking at me when you look at it straight on. It's like a cross section of a robot. That's pretty neat. Okay. Barrel jack removal process. Let's go. We're going to flood it with some solder. Pull it right off of there. Get it fluxed up a bit. All the connections are kind of warm. Try to get a couple of them molten at once, or all three of them molten at once. And then we'll try to wiggle it out. Wiggle it just a little bit. Excess solder. Okay. Slot at the back is the positive rail. It's the pin. Let's see if I can get this wire to sneak in there. There we go. And then the ground connection can be either the front or the side. Okay. Use the rest of those wires to hold it up. There we go. Truth. Actually, you know what? We won't do the moment of truth yet. We'll wait till our speaker wire is ready. We need some heat shrink. Okay, we'll use the blue. Oops. Okay. Orange and yellow are speaker wires. For some reason the yellow is much longer than the orange, so let's turn that down. To the hour where there's like, if there's things touching me, I'm like very annoyed by them. And when the wires don't twist together properly when I want to solder them, I get even more annoyed. Maybe it's time for a drink. It's the hour I also get a little bit quieter because I'm concentrating and want to finish the project because it's getting late. Yep. That's the way it goes. Underestimated this little D-0. But it's going to be worth it when it's done, right guys and gals if you're watching. Definitely hope that it's all worth it in the end. And drive it around and have it talk. Just crimping these, squishing these connections down a little bit for, don't want them to have any sharp spots, and then we'll heat shrink them. After I finish heat shrinking these two wires, then we will do the power up test. And if it doesn't power up, we will cry. Okay. Moment of truth. Yes, okay, we're golden. We now need to attach some servos and the LEDs. Yeah, that portion is going to still take a little bit of time. We're going to put the tint in. So I guess we'll have to hook up these servos. I don't know exactly how I'm going to position the EZB at the moment, so we'll see. So the smoke test has passed. Yes. Step 1. wires out of here. Come on out. Come on out and play. Okay. So, let's try to fit this in place here. Actually, let's pull these wires up here. Alright, so we'll have to be careful of these servo wires. They don't run into the LEDs and such. Hopefully we have enough room. But I think we could probably hot glue this board right onto the top of the servo. Back there like this. So we don't really need access to any of those ports back there at the moment. We do need access to these wires, but keep on changing my mind where they need to run. Okay, so let's trim a bit of this down here. Give us a little bit more room. We want to push the IoTiny back as far as we can, because the further we go back, the more room we'll get. We also need to think about where we want this guy, the NeoPixel Blaster, because we could put it at the back here. Like so. We just got to make sure none of these pins are shorting. Well, you know what? That's an easy fix, because we don't even need those pins on that side. So what we can do is remove the plastic pieces here and then cut all the pins down, because we do not need them. Make sure we don't get hit in the face with these pins. I'm sorry, pins. You're gonna have to make the sacrifice. Okay, and so we could probably trim down these as well. I'll shoot those into the garbage can. Oh yeah, there's a hot glue gun in this garbage can. I wonder why. If you weren't here earlier, you didn't see the hot glue gun explosion tonight. Definitely rewind the stream if you can. I don't remember at what point it was. I guess we could look at the comments and see. If we look at the chat, does the chat tell us what time we were talking about it at? No, it doesn't. Well, maybe check it out after then. It was probably like midway through the stream that the hot glue gun exploded. just trimming all these pins to give us some more clearance. It's the pins on the back of the board, I should say. I'm still curious who R2 Ubuntu is. Who could it be? I've never seen that username on the Cynthium community, I don't believe. And I don't know that many people who use Ubuntu except for maybe Chris Garrett or I think my friend John. So, I don't know, who could it be? Okay, so this is prepped to get hot glued. I'm gonna take this thing out of here for the time being and take these guys off. It'll make it easier to hot glue it in place. So the idea is to hot glue it back here, like so. Yep, I think that's gonna be our best bet. That's the tightest it can go in there. Actually seems like it naturally fits there. Okay, hot glue time. Let's just hold it there for a little while. Yeah, I just wish it gave us the timestamp of our conversations. All right, well, anybody else have any jokes or anything you want to share with us? Or else I'll have to pull out some more pirate jokes. I don't have too many left, though. Okay, NeoPixel Blaster installed. Okay, so our IoTiny. Do we want the wire to go underneath? I feel like yes. Okay, now Tiny is going to go like that. Yes. Okay. We're going to push it back as far as we can. Make sure there's nothing shorting out. And it's going to get hot glued right in there. I just sincerely hope we have enough room for our LEDs and such. I think it's going to make it, but it's going to be tricksy. Okay, let's do it. Let's hot glue this thing. Nope, we need another stick. We're getting low. Man, Roborad, you are a trooper. Can't believe you are grinding it out here with me tonight. Making it happen. It's your stick-to-itiveness that is making this happen. Cover up the power connections there with an old ton of hot glue. I could move these back. That is an idea. I can move the servo wires back here. Yeah, I could. Let's do it. And that'll give us way more space for the LEDs. Move everything back. So we'll use D3, 4, 5, 6, 7. While we wait for that hot glue to cool down, let's do some soldering. White and brown servo signal wires. They don't have to be too long, just long enough. Need a bit of heat shrink as well. And my music finally, oh, it's one of those songs where it has a long ending. Alright, switch it up there. Yeah, I guess. Alright, we just need to solder on a couple more wires, then it's it for soldering, I think. I guess I should show you where I put the NeoPixel blaster. It's kind of a neat spot. Yeah, the LED section is going to be a tricky business, but we'll do our best to make it happen. Press down any sharp spots that we don't want poking through the heat shrink. There we go. Let's shrink that tube. Yeah, this one's gonna be way smarter. It's gonna be even better than the interactive D-0, I hope. Okay, let's move these servo wires back. Actually, let's move them all one forward so that the NeoPixel blaster can plug into the very, very back, the shortest path. Okay, and we're gonna try to sneak all this back here. Okay, get this stuff out of here. Okay, maybe we should do a little quick test fit. Make sure this can fit together. Don't see any reason why I wouldn't, but let's give it a shot. Sorry about the headshot. Oh, I see. Okay, we had a little bit of hot glue spill down and it's blocking stuff right here. There we go. Okay, D-0 head. Come together now. Okay. D-0 head has been assembled without the LEDs. I wonder if I should just do it on, just leave it on the side like that. Doesn't look as good, that's the only thing. Stick it in here. It's those fine details. much better now. Now we're done with the soldering portion of this evening. It's on to the LED portion and then the programming portion. And crazy, I wonder if this is my longest live hack, because we started at 7 and it's almost midnight. Hardcore. Okay, now we have to do the double tint. We'll probably use the tint as it's shaped, kind of like this, so it'll naturally go in there. And we'll see if the tint sticks to itself. I hope it does. I need some scissors. We are committed. We are very committed to having this project done. Okay, how much length do we need? Probably about that much. Okay, let's see if this sticks. Sticks to itself. It looks like a vinyl based tint, so I don't see why not. Ugh. Of course, there's little bits of stuff. Need some compressed air. Stat. Do we have any compressed air? Okay, there we go. It does a pretty good job. And there we go. That's all we'll need out of the 6 feet of tint. We'll need even less because I don't think we're going to need that much. Probably like right. I'm gonna hot glue it on somehow, so. Maybe about that much. I guess it does have to be kind of sloped like this. Okay, let me mark that down. Yep, that's the way it'll go. Okay, let's open this thing back up. Me saying okay once again. Okay. Now the tricky part is going to be, do we hot glue these guys to the vinyl? Yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's open this guy up again. I gotta make sure I'm opening the right side as well. Yes, this is the correct side to open. Okay, so I'm just trying to form the wires to where they need to go. Give us room for the LED wires. Alright, I think I need my pliers for this. It's a sneaky spot. Sorry about hitting the microphone with my stomach. Whoops. It's just tricky tight spot here. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I should probably hot glue these wires so they don't break off. Ooh! Got the hot glue gun tangled in with the microphone. My bad. Well, thank you so much, those who are watching, for sticking with me this late at night. And for those of you who watch this after, thanks for sticking around this long. It's been quite a trip, quite a trek. Yeah, true enough. This is definitely tighter than the Mars probe for sure. We'll let those cool down. Okay, yeah, I think it's going to be tricky. Okay, well, I'm going to have to cut this to fit it, slide it down in here. Okay, it's going to have to be a little thinner than that. Okay, so the plan is to bend the wire back down to this area and then sneak those LEDs where they need to go. Of course, we need the tint first and then the LEDs behind it. And then I think we could probably just use the wiring to push the LEDs into place. Okay, so if you can't see that, there we go. Kind of LEDs will be positioned kind of like that, but obviously gonna turn to be like more flat. And then this one will be like right here. This one over yonder over here. Okay, so we got to do our best to fit this tint in where it needs to go. Looks like it's going to be a little bit trickier than I expected because there's a few things, a few of these little plastic mounting points are kind of in the way. So I have to cut it down smaller and smaller so it'll fit. So I'm just going to cut this whole thing down. We'll have to get the LEDs out of the way for the moment and push all the rest of the wiring out of the down, tuck it down into the head a little more. This is going to work. We do have enough space, so that's awesome. Okay, there we go. So the vinyl is fitting good. So we just need to kind of tack hot glue it, tack glue it in. We do have to get rid of this little nub though. It's going to prevent the vinyl from sticking to the top. Where's that file when you need it? There we go. That's better. I hadn't thought of it, but I can just click on the user's name and see their YouTube channel. No, I can't. Foiled. There's 3 little dots. Interesting. Nothing to help me to figure out who that could be. Okay. Let's put the vinyl in. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to get the hot glue in there. It's nice that the little bits of plastic cling to the vinyl. Good thing we got it compressed air. Okay, let's try this again. It's nice that you can't see the LEDs. Exactly what we wanted. I'm going to have to tilt this a little more, like so. Okay. I think I'm just going to have to put some hot glue on the end of a screwdriver and kind of wipe it onto the vinyl. Hot glue just sticks all over the vinyl. Oh man. So yeah, what we'll try to do is get the LEDs to push up on the vinyl. I think we'll have to be in and out of here a few times before we get it right. I mean, I can glue the wire from these LEDs in place. Don't know how a pin ended up in the hot glue. That's interesting. Oh, sorry. I moved the camera by accident. A little bump there. I think I'm gonna have to add some hot glue with the screwdriver method as well down there. Just make the LEDs stay in place. Okay, first LED is positioned. 2 more rows to go. Whew, what a marathon. I wonder if this is, because this is a little bit blue, if it'll change the RGB LED color a little bit. I suspect it will. Okay, so we need to, it's hard to position and hot glue at the same time. Almost there, guys. Almost there. so I'm not too sure how we're going to do this one. It's going to be a tricksy one. I'm sure we're not going to need this much vinyl on this side. So I might pre-trim it. Finicky business. I think I'm gonna have to glue it in the proper position on the vinyl, and then it's gonna have to bend into the right place. Oh man. Alright, we'll give it a shot. Okay, let's see how it goes. Oh, darn it. The vinyl is missing that portion there. And if we can stretch it down here a little bit. No, I don't think so. I think it's something I'm gonna have to fix tomorrow. now, let's just see if it works. Okay, so the hardest part was this guy. Well, the vinyl looks a little bit wrinkled here, but not too bad. And there's a little, the spot actually isn't that big down in this corner. And the LEDs are falling away a little bit right here. But I think it's going to be good enough for now. Good enough. So we're going to add some voices to this very quickly. We're going to do an app for this guy after I get a drink. Okay, so awesome. Now we gotta connect to it, test a few more things. Yeah, he's definitely got the battle-worn look. Okay, so looks like I still have ARC up. I will connect to the IoTiny. And we'll activate the NeoPixel test. I don't think I'll get to the point where I want to do like some fancier animations. Tonight will just be the test. And the bare bones app. Okay, I think we have enough head movement, so that's good. We were going to cover the servo in this stuff because that's what D-0 originally looks like, but I don't know if I will. It doesn't look too bad with this scenario here. Let me trim off this tab here, but I actually don't mind the look of that. Of the pan tilt servo. Looks robot-y, that's for sure. Okay, so we will connect and we will start our NeoPixel test. And we will are we disconnected? No, we're still. Oh, I know. We switched all the ports. Okay. So we're on port D7. So let me switch that. Okay. Oh! We're in action. D-0 has his RGB LEDs, except those ones are off. I knew that something would have to be done about that. So the middle one is kind of okay. The side one is a little bit off. But yeah, I think I can worry about that tomorrow. For now, we just I'm happy that it works. That's fine for me for right now. So that's cool. We have RGB LEDs at our command. Any color we want, any pattern. Okay, let's try out his neck movements. So it's going to be D6 and I'll add another horizontal servo. You can't really see what I'm doing, it's way too small. I could make that window a lot bigger. You know what? Let's do it. Okay, let's can I copy a scene, do you think? Or duplicate a scene in OBS? Okay, so we will go like this. Okay, you ready? We're going to quickly do this. We're going to add a new scene and start building on it. It's going to be called the arc scene. going to go to this camera. Okay, so you can see my screen. Sorry it's not that clear, but what we're going to do here is we're going to minimize this. Oh, sorry, I didn't have any audio. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have been looking at the chat. Oh, darn. Well, anyways, I'm going to go back to this view here. We're going to go to YouTube. And I've already done this, so but I want to show you how to do it. So we're going to go to D-0 scenes. So this is a 1 minute and 50-second video of D-0 and all the scenes he's in and all the audio clips. So what I do is I open up Audacity. It's an open source program that does audio. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see it because it's very white. But on this side of the screen, I click this drop down and there's a few different selections. Like MME is, I think, the default. And there's Windows Direct Sound and Windows Wasapi. And so Windows Wasapi, which is, I think it's WASAPI, allows you to take the audio that's coming through to your speakers and capture it. And so what I ended up doing is taking the video, playing the video, YouTube video, and then hitting record on Audacity and recording that whole clip. So, for example, so I hit play, go to Audacity.
Battery charged.
There we go. We start. I don't know if it's actually I don't think it captures my microphone, so that's handy.
No, thank you.
Looks like someone treated him badly. It's all right.
So I've done this all already, so I'm going to stop that. Stop this. And what I'm going to do is load up my project that I had already done. So open the project. It's called D-0 Clips version 2. And so that's the whole, this is the whole sound file that I recorded. So I'm going to close that. Don't save, no. So D-0 powering on is this section right here. So if I highlight it, I think it ends there, so let's just listen to that for a second.
Battery charged.
Yeah, okay, so I think it actually starts right here. So we'll highlight that up to there, then we'll go File, and we'll go Export. Export as MP3, and that's going to go, let's save that as battery charged. So save that as an MP3 file. We don't need to add the artist name and all that stuff. That's fine. And it exports it. Okay, so let's switch over to Arc. Let's add an EZB soundboard, which is under audio. Soundboard, EZB, here we go. And then we go here and we find our D-0 sounds, battery charged MP3, and then we hit play. Well, it actually exported way more than I hoped it would. Okay, so it didn't export the selection that I had. So I did something incorrect there. So maybe, is there an export selected audio? Yes, there is. Okay. And then we save that as battery charged. Save, yes, already exists. My bad. Okay, we delete this and we add battery charged. Okay, now we can play it.
Battery charged.
There we go. That came out of D-0's speaker. Okay, so there's a few other clips. So that's the easy way of grabbing clips from YouTube videos and stuff and putting them on your robot. So we can actually unselect, play. Okay, so this is hello for D-0. So we're going to go back a little bit. I think that's it. Yep. So you can actually select a little bit further. And then we're going to do the same thing as export the selected audio. We're going to do hello. And then we'll go back to ARC and import that hello clip. Perfect. Alright, so we have some sound clips with D-0. We have his LEDs. We have... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's add a movement joystick. Yes. So we're going to control his... Oh, no. Okay. What I was thinking of is the interface builder. We can use the interface builder and add a joystick, and we can control the pan tilt of D-0's head. So what we'll do is we'll add an interface. Yeah, let's just add an interface. Let's do it. Interface builder. Let's grab a joystick. We'll actually add another one. So we're going to have two, one for controlling the head and one controlling the tires. So this one, name, let's say movement control. Oops. So this one has a name, it's movement control, and this one is head control. Okay. Now the thing is, I don't know if I can do this. Can I do this? Because I think this is only hooked up to the servo movement panel. So, whoa, what did I do? That's so weird. I don't know how I made them so small. What I'll do is delete these. Yeah, it controls our movement panel. So I don't think I can have opposite controls. What we do need to adjust is the stop value on this guy. There we go. Okay, so let's probably put this guy on the ground and drive him around a little bit. I think what I could do is have like sliders for his head, but I don't think I can have like a joystick for his head. Okay, so I'm going to turn this camera around, aim it at the lab. I'll drive D-0 around a little bit. Okay, here we go. Oh, slam. Right at the beginning. Okay. What I'm going to do is use the keyboards. And actually, let's switch the views here. There we go. So I'm going to use the keyboard to drive him to see how... Oh, okay. He isn't tuned properly with the PWM yet. And he's probably going a little fast. Okay, so that's going a little faster than we need it to go. Let's try this. Yeah, that's way too fast. I need to slow him down. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so that's going a little fast. Let's bump that up. Just dialing in the servos here. Try to make it so they both go at the same speed. Not quite. Yeah, it's still a bit fast. Well, not fast in general, but I mean like fast for one side versus the other. Let's see if we can... Okay, we can go a little faster than that because he's not tipping over. Okay, let's try that. Still, that one wheel is going a little bit faster. So let's slow that down a little tiny bit. There we go. Hopefully that works. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, so now let's use the joystick now that we're not going to knock him over because we're going so fast. Let's just add a regular joystick to our screen. Whoa! Oh no! Yeah, I got too wild with it. Oh, no, it would be awesome if we added one more audio sound here. So, I'm gonna deselect.
Hello.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
So when he falls down, we'll have him play No Thank You. Sorry, you can't see what I'm writing down here, but here we go. All right, so we gotta ease it up on the juice here. Oh, and then we play No Thank You. Okay, so we have movement of our head here. We have the RGB LEDs. I can go crazy. We have our... Whoa! Oh, man. We have our joystick control. And then we have our keyboard control. Oh, weird. Keyboard. Oh, okay, that's why. When we use the movement joystick, it changes our PWM values here. So the yeah, we're not dialed in anymore, but close enough. Woo woo woo! It's D-0. Oh, there we go. We've done it. We've made D-0. I should save the project before I forget. Okay, so this was the longest hack ever. Bro, like 6 hours or so. We made it happen. And let's see if anybody's still around. Yeah. If we had a side support wheel, that would be interesting. Training wheels all over him. Yeah, his balance is not so good. I mean, they when I was using the remote control that originally came with him, he didn't really tip over at all. I think it's because I'm going way too fast and stuff. So, yes, we are semi-completed D-0. There's still some stuff we need to work on over here. I need to work on that battery as well. That'll be a little later. But yeah, I'm happy we got him. Oh, yeah, we should probably add some hot glue there or something, because that just popped out. But yeah, not too shabby. We've done it. We've made an interactive D-0 robot out of the old the old crappy RC D-0. So yeah, like I said, still needs a little bit of love, but that's going to be it for tonight, I think. Thank you so much, RoboRad. Big shout out to you for keeping me going and keeping the conversation flowing as well. Appreciate your help on this one. And yeah, guess we'll have to catch up with you guys in the next live hack. I'm not sure if I'll do one Friday. We'll see, because I've done 2 live hacks in a row. Might be too many, but I think we'll see. Stay tuned. We'll see. All right. Have a great night. Have a good sleep. I'm sure it's like 3 in the morning over there in Ontario. It's 1 over here. I'm going to have a good sleep tonight for sure. All right. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for sticking with me. We'll see you later.